Hey guys, how's it going? It is July, what is it, 18th, buddy? Okay, July 18th, 8:05 p.m. And yeah, you hear my son.
Judging by yesterday,
Yes, well that's why I figured it out. Which one did I say I was taking?
you're taking 10.
10. Okay. So yeah, I'm on Mike's server. I'm going to be on later tonight, and I said I was going to be on in like 25 minutes from now, but that didn't work, so I'm going to go ahead. So what I did was I posted a message on the forum that what I was up to, because I don't know where the registry is. So you see, so LS910J, and my frame rates are going to probably suck. But so I will save this conductor's position here. I'll go fly over here. Oh crap, I should throw that switch too. Here. This will be conductor number 2. Got lots of conductors. Have lots of conductors tonight. I never noticed they were green and yellow here. Why that is, but... So 910J? Oh, there we go. You sure that's the one I want?
Yeah, let's 9, 10.
Oh, crap. Let me just double check my forum post.
On the LS913.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to do that. I want to do this one. What's that? Oh, that's Fresno cars. Or some loads there. Okay. I gotta turn the volume down. This is killing me. Alright. So you're actually going to be at the start of this session tonight, so you might see some trains. That's kind of cool. Well, you only get 15 minutes of it, but maybe you get lucky and see a train go through. Maybe we'll get lucky and get in the way of a train. I'm supposed to block this train or something. I don't know what I'm doing. Isn't this cool? I don't know what I'm doing. So this is kind of fun. As you guys have probably noticed, I've been a little bummed out lately. Were you that excited seeing trains on our trip, buddy?
Yeah, I was kind of excited.
You were? Oh crap, here. Get this black can over here. Okay. So, here we go. Because I wasn't that excited seeing trains. Just wasn't. I gotta admit, I'm kind of fun when you're doing something with your kid, especially if he's interested. Okay. Hey, where are you not going? What did I do wrong? Did I do something wrong?
Probably.
Oh, gee, thanks.
You'll figure it out. What you did.
It's going. What the heck?
Well, it's really good.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Ah, crap. That's not what I wanted. Why is he going now? Why, I don't know. Okay, I want this as the lead. Thank you. Time to get done here. Tying up everything. So I think this doesn't cross UP again. This is one that just crosses BNSF. So. This is a kind of cool how-to. using. I think I came up with a term, so I just couldn't find the registry. I would have booked my... I don't know why I just saved all those conductors since I set all my switches. So you like this so far? And you want to get the new sound. Why do you want to get the new sound? This is... Oh, it sounds interesting. Sure. Spend money. It sounds interesting. Am I supposed to have a buffer card? Simulated. It doesn't use me. So, the thing is you get switchless when you connect to these things. At least it should. The air out of that. So, man, I haven't used the switchless in a while. That ain't it. Aw, crap, that ain't my switch list. I don't need the switch list on this. The symbol's different than the... No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Hey, why is there an A in front of it? Well, that's no good. Do I have to go A? Or does that mean it doesn't like me using the... Okay. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but I'm gonna do it just for the sake of doing it. It may not work. Maybe there's a reason why. I don't know why the A's are there. Here, let's try that. Yeah. That's what we want. So, what I did was I changed our tag, which, again, I don't know if I'm allowed to do that, but this gives us, when you change it and it matches, you get a switch list. I think that's okay. So we got Amber Chemical, Enterprise, and yeah, we're already set. We're already blocked. Somebody did. Oh, I see. We're not blocked yet. We gotta block ourselves. You know what I mean by that, buddy? Okay. So we're gonna kick some cars and smash some stuff. Now the instructions were, the recommendation was. So you read up on the post here, and it says, located in track 17, which I assume we are. Consider blocking by industry before departing. Now, in order to find this, what you can do is you can go into, I'm going to go into my pictures, and I'm going to go over to, wow, it's been a while. Is that Mojave? I haven't used Mojave in ages. Okay, well, let's take a look. Okay, so that's Oil City. What the hell is this? I can't remember. Amber Chemical? Get out of here. There. Oh, crap. So, Conglass, Enterprise, San Joaquin, and Amber Chemical. Alright. It's been a while. I'm so... Whoa, that's cool. It's snowing blue. Hey, get out of there. I don't want that. I think that's on the... That's before. That's in the branch or whatever the hell that is. Oh, there it is, right there. So it is in the Land Coast subdivision. So how do I want to block this train? I want Amber Chemical at the back, I think. Maybe I don't. Towards A? Maybe I don't. Maybe I want it at the head end, actually. So you got Amber Chemical. You know, I just want to get these cars together and then I'll decide. I want that. Amber Chemical, San Joplin Refinery, Joplin, how do you say that? Oh yeah, there's Conglass and Enterprise. Okay. Oh, I think you're close. Enterprise. Oh crap! I went the wrong one. Yeah. Okay, so really it doesn't matter, I don't think, as long as they're blocked together. I should be okay. Yeah. Oh, Conglass is right there. Oh, they're all going the same damn direction anyway, so...
Enterprise.
Yeah. Do I just want to go? I almost just want to go. Here, let me... Well, no, they recommend blocking it together, and I know why. I do understand why. But the only one that's in my way is that one extra amber chemical. Otherwise, it's not too bad. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna take an audible on it and I'm just gonna go. So we're just gonna go. Oh, my apologies by the banner, too. My banner is actually showing a, I don't have the lights on, or am I even set up for lights? Yeah, they work. Okay. Cool. So we're just going for it. Now, AIs, I think the rule is you're not allowed to run AI spawn trains, but you can run these babies. Because this isn't an AI spawn train, it actually does some work. I don't know why the A's are in front of them, though. I don't get that. What's A mean?
I don't think I can think AI.
I'll have to ask about that later. Oh. End up going through red lights here too, or something. I may not even have the ability to turn the switches. So some power switches. Well, the good thing is, in 10 minutes the session begins, so then I can call dispatch. All right. See what's going on in the area. There's trains. See, I don't have access to switch, and I think you have to be a dispatcher to do that. So yeah, I've been trying to get my son involved in this, but I really don't think he would like Run 8 on his computer. You don't know. Well, you don't like dispatching. So what, you're just gonna run all the time? I'm gonna dispatch for you? Well, see, you don't say that don't sound too thrilling. It sounds like fun that I dispatch you all the time.
I can dispatch you every once in a while.
No. I'm not expecting you to dispatch me every once in a while. I can go on this server and somebody will dispatch me. That's fine. And the problem with Tuesdays and Thursday nights is I only can get you till 9 o'clock now for the summer. But they do have day sessions. The problem with that is I'm working during the day. If they had weekend sessions, that'd be really cool. would you do on a weekend? You don't want to do this on a weekend. I mean, you've run this before.
Yeah.
I'm running it right now. You're just watching. Yeah, but do you like watching? Oh, well, you can control this. Oh, you're gonna take over once you get out of the yard. It's dangerous once you get out of the yard. Can't tell what that switch is. 10 miles an hour. 10 miles an hour. Alright. Some can. I'm not even sure if I can get out of the yard. To be honest. Mike will be on soon. Oh wait, is he starting at... No, he is starting in 10 minutes. Yeah, I saw the posting. It was for that job, and I thought, yeah, you know, this is a simple one. You just switch forward industry, right? Pretty straightforward.
There's loads in. There's pickups in.
Yeah. Now, if we can't get the signal to go, then we have to wait till the session starts. Not even, yeah, about 5 minutes. So I might do that. Or I might even spend the time to just do that last block of the train. Which is possible. Let's make an efficient use of our time. I'm not even sure what channel I'm supposed to be on. Well, I can check the map, but... I'm gonna try. It might be set for manual. If it's set for manual, then I can manually control it, but I don't know if it is or not. I have to get over there and find out. So the way this server runs is quite similar to how the old California server that Mike had ran. You can see the time is 17:24, which is, well, my clock says 8:23, which, you know, off a minute, whatever. Mine's probably off a minute. So it's using, this is the time back out on the West Coast right now. So what you're seeing is the brightness of the West Coast, because this is California. I've led the brakes. I don't have too much loads on. Signal now. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done any switching. Okay. Into this. Yeah, I knew that. No dispatcher. Better not be green. Well, Mike could play a game on us and put the green light on from the server. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go take a walk. Nobody's come on the server yet that I've seen. Flying now. This is the conductor getting out. He's gonna go do his duty. So we're currently not under session until the half-past mark. So by rights, no AI trains are allowed to run, and we're not under dispatcher territory. If I come out, as long as I get off the main or in the process of getting off the main. Mike will be able to dispatch. And I don't know if these switches are manual. They may be, they may not be. It said the train was ready, so let's see. Nope. Okay. Well, we're like 3 minutes away, so what we'll do is I'm gonna pretend I'm popping back into the cab there. And turn some lights on in here so we can see. Put the radio on so we can hear some cool music. Okay, here's what we'll do. I'm going to... We're like 3 minutes away. I'm going to go ahead. I think he tones... Does he tone on channel 0? I think he runs on channel 0, but I'm not 100% sure. But let me go... Forget this thing. Okay, here. Let me refresh this and make sure. Okay, that's just me. I just want to make sure I don't have any replies. Because I had to tell him that I wasn't going to be starting right away tonight. And originally I was going to run a main line, but I'll at least finish this up if... No, it's just us right now. So, where are you going? Okay, bye-bye. What is the dispatcher? Well, it's probably 5-4. I'll stay on channel 1. I toned the dispatcher. Oh, that didn't work. E12 doesn't work? Yeah, it's been a while. Oh, that's because, I don't need to go with star 5-4, do I? The only tone that worked was UP. Huh. Hit it one more time since it's just half past. The only tone I can get is UP Bakersfield. Am I supposed to be on the channels? Oh, there we go. Mike just joined. Actually, we only got like 10 minutes. Less than that, Emmett. I got to drive you home about 10 to quarter 2, right? Oh, he is on 14. Okay. Yeah, I'm used to channel 0. I keep forgetting. I forgot he's using the channels. We'll see if he gives me a light, or he may have to hold me. I should tell him that I'm gonna drive you home shortly. Been in a multiplayer session before, haven't you?
Yes.
There are 2 lights here. Can't remember. It's been a while. I've been too far away from California. Oh, I'm going the wrong way now. I guess I'm on the... What am I, on the Valley lead? It's not green.
It looks yellow.
I wasn't sure if it was lunar. Remember that, sitting waiting for a dispatcher to give you the signal?
Yep.
You like that up?
Yeah, that's fun actually.
Well,
It's funner when trains are going around though.
Well, no, he's got that'll be happening because he's starting up right now. Now, mind you, we're going into an area. Well, it doesn't matter. You're going home in a few minutes, but I'll get to see the trains. Okay. I gotta figure out what I'm doing here. Okay, there's Landco. Landco is the next one. So I started my counter. What I like about the 24/7 server still, as much as, you know, I'm not a big fan of them anymore, is I still love it how it's actual real time and it continues. I think that's pretty cool. Oh, 330, but that ain't gonna matter because I'm gonna have to hit a speed here coming up. I don't know what the switches are, it doesn't say. That doesn't matter, I'm gonna stay 10 anyways. Maybe I'll hit it. I'll stay 10 until I get that 30. I'll have to slow down again anyways. And reset the counter. Now I had an approach, which is interesting. That might be the signal I get. Well, since I'm from this there was some trains in the area, so let's see what so he's dispatching the entire territory right now. Originally, we were talking about I was going to dispatch the west end and he was going to dispatch the east, but then I realized he liked Accord, and then I thought, or people will be using Accord and I don't have it. I don't really want it. Maybe at the end of the summer I'll change my mind. Okay, so we're coming up to a signal I cannot see. Well, maybe that yellow means I can go in. I guess it does. Yeah, it does, because that controls the signals here too. Okay. So this is the subdivision we'll be switching from. Unless they back in. No, there's no way I can get it. Because I'm heading for Lanco sub. I'm supposed to be. Let me give him a shout. Whoops. I gotta clear the main line in like 5 minutes. You're not even gonna get the switch. I didn't no, I gotta go. So, 51. No, I went back to 0. So that. Get off the sub and get you. Got the crossover now. See the switch? So what we do here is there's a manual switch here. What I'll do is I'll actually keep the live stream going. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll let everybody watch for trains or something. Yeah, look at this. Knocked off the side. There we go. Set my counter. Actually, I should set it right about the signal here. Right here, so I'm clear the signal. Maybe late. Everyone's okay. Give him a couple minutes late. Blame the dispatcher, yeah. Always blame the dispatcher.
Never.
No. Engineer's never wrong. Dispatcher's wrong. Dispatcher. I love dispatcher.
Not the biggest fan of dispatcher, but I kind of.
I love dispatcher. So, yeah, see, I can dispatch you and then be all set. Okay, so, once we clear this, I am going to get out of here. finish this train, and then I'll go find another train, an AI train to ride around, and we're gone. So that those watching my live stream can enjoy. Okay. I don't know if I was supposed to. Yeah, okay. Here we go. They want a main line too. No, I'm not flying anywhere. I'm going to fly and find a train. Yeah. No. I thought you meant go flying into a siding. Like, I thought you meant flying as in fly my train. Okay. There we go. Okay. So what do we got for main lines in the area? Oh, we got him. Where's he going? He's going the wrong way. I don't like it. He's going the wrong. Oh no, he's not. He's cool. He's cool. This is a trade I want later. I like him. CSX. Okay, folks, here you go. Get on up and cozy with the engineer. Go get your shoes on, buddy. Woohoo! I'm in the scary guy's lab. Okay, I'll let this run for you guys. Have fun. Be back. Enjoy the show, hopefully. You have fun, buddy?
Center, milepost 318.8, track 1.
I'm stopped. Okay, be right back. Okay. Damn, I'm almost out of pop tonight. I don't feel like water because my kid took all mine. So, we waiting for something. I don't know if I want to wait for something or not. Yeah, maybe we will. Okay. Oh, Dave's on. Oh crap, one just came. One just went through. Oh, I want to see what happens here. This ought to be interesting. Okay. So this is if you don't have the new route. This is all, I take it it's lined up. I don't know if the signals still work the same way or how that works, or that just this signal is actually irrelevant. But I'll be... Oh, that's not anti-democratic. I was hoping to see this thing, like, disappear into the ground or something. Ah, well, okay. So what happens... It'll be interesting to see what actually happens when suddenly a train pops up. See, the use for this yard is supposed to be just a big place where they actually do a lot of crew changes, apparently. All three mains. That's not bad. But three mains are pretty cool. But then, of course, you can just run it and do a whatever you call it. Like if you're going to store it and you don't have a crew available, then you pop it in, and away it goes. All right. So... Yeah. So I don't even know where that is. So I abandoned my local switching. Well, 25 miles? Okay. Cool. Be a nice run and see how far I get to by 11:30. And I won't crew change. I'll just keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Oh, there we get another trip. Oh, wait a minute. I need to come up. You must have just kind of popped there. That's the one I want. Dang, I should have stayed still. I thought the next one was 25 minutes away. I didn't think it was this guy. I wanted to see what would happen. I guess it looks like he popped up at the end of the line and way he was. I better get myself over to track 3. There's another guy coming. I like him. Well, this is cool to see the crew changes taking place here now. So, I gotta bring up my needles sub. It's been a long time. I want to know what the hell I'm doing. As best as I can. Okay, so we are on Dispatcher Tones. Oh, get off. What the hell? Screw off with these stupid ass decline. Get out of here. No, get out of here. Remind your startup manager bullshit. I hate, you know, I actually hate AVG with a passion. I really do. It's really becoming annoying. Okay. So we got a double meet going on, or a double crew change. Alright, so we're good. Yeah, I have no idea what was trying to run in the back. Ooh, hello. Come on! Thank you. I don't know if you guys see that. It's annoying. Max speed 40. Channel 55, okay. What kind of beast power do I have on this thing? That's alright. 2 spectacle. Fine by me. I'll have my lights on in here. That's better. Put everything else on. Put my cap lights on. So yeah, I had a good talk with my son on the way back home. We're talking Run 8, so that was cool. By the way, you might see some frames acting a little weird. That's just because I got the shadows maxed out. Kinda makes the frame rate crappy, but I kinda like the effect of the sun's. It's gonna get mad. I got a flasher coming out of town. It's fine because my track speed's 40. It's now. Oops. We'll see, we'll get up to 40 by the time the counter goes. I doubt it. Maybe not. So yeah, I was talking to my son. Man, I haven't run a nice relaxing run from Needles in a long time. I used to hate these things because I would do them all the damn time. Then I started just doing my housework while I did these. And I'd put it in piglet mode and so it didn't disturb me. Back a lot of memories. So I was asking him, like, you know, his needs and desires are changing. He's growing up. He just turned 9 yesterday. So for me, what's crazy about it is my needs and desires are also changing. They don't change as much as they used to, but I've been at Run 8 for 5 years. And it really took a lot for me to kind of just not worry about running a server. Just say, okay, take a step back and breathe for a while. And figure there's a lot of servers out there. Great out there. See, I never made it to 40. All is well. Get an approach here. Needles is apparently very busy. Yes, I'm here. So this reminds me of the trip. This brings back memories to the trip that I just had across Canada, because we'd be in the much faster trains and we'd get flashers. If I don't know what's ahead of me, but it'll be interesting to see if it causes any delays for me. But if it does, it does. If it doesn't, great. It's not running on the clock, I'm running my... And, you know, whatever. And that's the kind of thing I want to be. I'm not too worried about the eye candy so much. I mean, I barely noticed the trains, and I barely noticed the trains on the trip, aside from what I was seeing with the various what do you call it? Engines. CN. I don't even notice different engines. So I might notice the different engine Bakelin and CN. I think I saw one BNSF UP or something. I saw something weird, but honestly I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. I saw BC Rail, a couple of them. I'm kind of surprised to see them still. I'm more... What it was always interested in me is, number one, I've always loved dispatching. So I've done quite a bit of dispatching as far as TD3. I mean, I remember back as a kid when that first came out in Model Railroader magazine, I just had to get it. But before that, I was into whatever dispatching simulation I can get my hand on at the time. And I mean, these are some primitive ones. Actually, Siam was a pretty good simulator. Those of you who remember that, it was a European-based one, but it actually had, I believe it had one of this territory, if I recall. So it was kind of cool. And yeah, it was neat. It was a lot of fun. I think it was the first time I really knew what the hell Caliente was. And back with the 3 tracks. That was a Siam simulator, dispatcher simulator. This was back in the time where they had they had their dispatcher, but they also had a driver simulator, which was what the Brits call engineers over in the States or North America. So Siam, I think, was the first dispatching simulation that I got into, and it was a lot of fun. I believe it was first. I know Train Dispatcher 2 was already out, but for whatever reason I got into that first. I don't know why. I don't know if it was because I couldn't afford anything, or I didn't have any money and I was a kid, or what it was, but I would say I've been dispatching for at least 30 years, off and on, at any chance I can get. I've dispatched model railroad clubs, I've dispatched in TD3, I've dispatched multiplayer sessions, and I've always come up with my own system. To me, it makes it easy when you come up with a systematic approach to things, because I've got a systems background. Where my memory lacks, my cognitive and thought processes and my planning and my, I guess, creative side is still strong. I can come up with tons of ideas of innovative ways. There's actually quite a few innovative, what I would consider innovative ways I've done operations with Run 8. I've done some innovative things with Microsoft Train Simulator. I've done innovative things with Train Dispatcher 3. We had multiplayer in Train Dispatcher 3 about 6 years ago. In fact, you can ask Michael Phillips about that one. He's a very regular. I guess he's on the I think he's on the Depot. I think he's on Train Sim too. I think I've seen him there. I'm not sure, but I mentioned Michael Phillips because him and I used to chat quite a bit, and I believe, if memory serves me correct, I was the one that got him into Run 8. I said, I'm going into this. You can dispatch, you can run trains and whatever, and he's from California. Actually, I believe he's from, if I'm not mistaken, Fullerton, California, I think. But anyways, oh, got a train in my legs. But wow, Needles is busy. So yeah, oh, CSX. Lots of traffic. Holy crap. Had a good choice tonight. Now, for me, it's not about the eye candy. I'm watching those flashers that I just passed. And if I'm going to run a main line, this is what I want to know. I don't want to know what the hell's in front of me. I haven't asked. I don't need to see. I'm not looking at the board. I'm just making my run and saying, okay, I don't know. And that's kind of the way I went up in the dome car with the Via Rail. I would just look through the dome, and you could read the signals, and you know what's going on. You know what the dispatch. Actually, the funny thing is, not only do you know what's going on, you know you're on a different territory, and you see different dispatchers do different things depending upon the territory you're on. You know the dispatchers who are actually a little bit better, who will actually find a way to get that damn passenger out of the way without, you know, jeopardizing his, you know, manifest trains. I remember one time we had to pull over for 2 engines in a car. I thought, you gotta be kidding me. We're pulling over for 2 engines in a car. I thought that was hilarious. But anyways, and I'm not second guessing because I don't know everything. I'm not trying to be backseat quarterback, but you know, in certain territories where we were actually allowed to overtake the odd intermodal train, because the truth of the matter is we were faster than it, and it wasn't a matter of we were more important, because we certainly were not. But what happens is, when a passenger train gets involved in the process, it's just extra traffic that causes more issues. So despite class, you still want to keep the flow of things going. Priorities do work, but it's not all about priority, it's about flow sometimes. So holding an intermodal train is not the end of the world. Sometimes it helps your flow down the road. So there's a real systematic way of looking at it. And those dispatchers that think, that are creative, that know that they can come up with chess-like plans and think moves ahead, are going to be able to not only keep people happy, but be able to keep himself sane, not get into situations where suddenly he's got a lot of pressure. Like right now, we're following somebody and it's not hurting us. It's likely an intermodal train. It's likely somebody who's got HBT ahead of us. He's in no way hurting us. And I could tell what we were following. I could tell when all suddenly we would get yellows, and then we'd have to slow back, and then we get yellow, and then we have to slow back. And we get a red, and then we get yellow, and it was hilarious. But then sometimes you knew you were behind somebody, but you knew you were behind somebody who at least was able to, because there wasn't always a passenger higher speed, you were able to keep up with it, and eventually we overtook it. So, and then there was other times.
Detector milepost 588.4, main 1, ambient temperature 91 degrees.
And then there was just times where, we sat and waited for 3 trains. Yeah, it happens. I think we sat and waited for a hell of a lot more in Edmonton, but anyways. So, we got the approach mediums, as it is mentioning. Next signal's in 2. We got a reduction to 45 coming up. I prefer looking at this than looking at this all the time. So anyways, getting back to the whole dispatching thing. This is what I enjoy about running. We didn't have this in version 1 unless you were on a very popular server or a very popular session. And the chances of having this on a regular basis was few and far between. Right now, I can hit the F2. And Mike is dispatching. We've got Dave running the local. So good. So I let him know that I took control of the local, and he's taken that. I think that's his. Rafter and myself and the host. So with 4 of us, and you can do as little as 2. The problem with a bigger route is you need a lot. You either need a strategy. Like they do here, which is basically run sessions where we have dispatchers and then they run the locals in between. That was something that myself and the admins, who Mike and Dave are both admins of RTS. I've never taken that away from them. They're always available to be admins. And it's basically because they're good guys, and I got no hard feelings for them wanting to strike out on their own. And it's not about RTS, or it's not about my server or ego or anything like that. It's about what's good for them and what's good for the community. You know, at the end of the day, it's got to be what's good for yourself. So Mike had is interesting because Mike had a trip across the country where we joke, and I was saying, you know, basically the come to Jesus moment. You know, that's what I call it anyways. And I'm not a religious person, not by any means. But anyways, I just thought I'd say that. I always call it that because it's just suddenly, you know, you go out on a trip and you get time to think about things, and then suddenly your perspective changes because you get to see the world again. And you get the time to think, and you get away from your routines. And that's what happened to me this time, except I didn't have the time to think. The only thing I had the time to is enjoy. And that I did. And when I came back, suddenly I knew I could get a session going on a Sunday if I rushed. I also knew I had an available session yesterday if I wanted to, but I couldn't see that. And then I was thinking, well, wait a minute. I really didn't feel like rushing. I didn't even want to put a session on Monday. I really don't want to be watching YouTube all the time. So what the hell am I doing? Why am I procrastinating in hosting a session? And that's where I started, and it was weird, because it was like suddenly like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? And it's not that I need a shrink. It's, you know, something. I was so much used to a routine, and I thought I was doing something that was kind of trailblazing in a way, in a sense. I've always liked to set new trails, but it was up the wrong tree. I love the fact that Selkirk and Mohawk, I still say it's probably the most beautiful route just because of the scenery. And I mean, this route is beautiful too, don't get me wrong. It's just the depth of some of the forest areas along the Selkirks and in the hills and the water. It's just a real fun route. Sorry, it's a real fun scenery. But after a while, you go through the scenery a few times, and then suddenly that's just eye candy. Then it becomes substance. Well, what's fun to operate in? And this is much more challenging to operate. It's also got your single track sections, which most people who in the hobby who are looking for something that is satisfying will prefer a single track, whether it be model railroading, whether it be dispatching, anything, are always looking for single track. Now, there's an exception to this, and that's the double track. Double track, and I heard a lot of comments about Train Sim World, about it being double track. The issue isn't the fact that it's double track, that it's boring or whatever. The issue for that, and I don't know all the activities, I've seen a few on YouTube. The issue for that is that Train Sim World does not have enough activities that utilize real world traffic, nor do I think it's dynamic. I don't know if it is or isn't. Will it adapt to you being a little slower than what the activity originally expected? Microsoft Train Simulator had some type of adaptive dynamics in it, but it didn't work properly. I don't know if Train Sim World adjusts to that or not. I assume it does. I assume it's a lot smarter than Microsoft Train Sim, I would hope. But it's still activity-based. It's scenario-based. Run 8 is not scenario-based. Run 8 is, here's a train, either the AI system is going to spawn it now, or the host is going to spawn it. Or the dispatcher, whoever's in charge, the train master. He's going to spawn that train at he or the system will spawn a train at a particular time, and there has to be a dispatcher there to make it happen. So with that, suddenly we're on needles tonight. Now, I'm on flashers right now. I don't know what's behind me. I'm a higher class train. If there's any cold, you know, any type of train that is a little bit lower in class, which there should be, they shouldn't all be top king of the road or whatever. There should be some variance in the classes. What will eventually happen, especially in a vast territory, especially now that we have an extension, which I do not own, but basically what'll happen is you'll get into a situation. I hope I had a flasher last. I better look at this. Yeah, I did. Okay. That ain't a flasher. He's going through a control point. So... oh. Oh, let's see what the heck.
PNSS detector milepost 593.1 main 1 ambient temperature 8 degrees.
So there's where it gets interesting. Now I'm actually on the approach or to a control point, so there could be an overtake happening. Who knows? So now I gotta pay attention. For a moment there, I thought it looked like a red signal, and I'm back on the couch again, so hard to see the signals sometimes. Okay, so I think I'll turn that off. So anyways, yeah, the you've got your dispatchers, and case in point, I've got a control point up ahead. Now I'm not sure exactly if it's just he's in the block ahead of it and it hasn't set up yet, or what exactly is happening, or if I'm overtaking, or if I'm even holding. Maybe maybe a passenger train's overtaking me right now. I don't know. There's that feeling of being part of a system. It's not the eye candy. The eye candy be damned. I don't. It's not. It's being part of the job where things change every run. That things can be totally different next time around. That's why I like operations too. Yes, there's some familiarity. Yes, there's some routine, but there's always something new that gets added to the puzzle, and that's dispatching is very much like that. Trains don't run always at the same time. There's random variances. There should be some familiar. They shouldn't be totally random. I don't like how the random generators work in Run 8. I've already said that. I'm in here by the looks of it. So, as I said, I have all this experience with the train dispatcher line. I have systems, and I've done previous videos where I'm dispatching, and there are certain ways that, so nobody's overtaken me because we still got right hand running here. Another intermodal. So what I'm thinking about applying is some of the systems that I've used, and I actually have algorithms.
Main 2 ambient temperature 7 degrees.
And algorithms are based upon my dispatching techniques. if I can apply a set of rules, even if the dispatching is not crystal clear perfect, as long as I can set a rules, I'm willing to try my hand at programming an AI dispatcher. And I think from a perspective, from a single player perspective, which is where I'm trying to get, where I'm basing this out of now. Now I'm willing to say, okay, because this has been mentioned by a few people who enjoy single player and wish it had it. If I'm going to run, I want, number one, I would like trains to basically generate in their world, do their own thing. There's other things I can do too, and there's RTS version 2, which is still a strong possibility. It's not dead in the water yet. It's on a hiatus for sure. Let me check this signal coming up. I think it upgraded, but gotta get off the couch to make sure. Okay, so I'll just keep going. See if I can catch a flasher on. That was pretty cool too. What I seen from the dome. Just to sidetrack something else. The signal doesn't drop to red right away, but I knew the engine was already past the signal, and it went from yellow to flasher on me. And I could see it from the dome, and I thought that engineer never saw it. So he had to approach the next signal prepared to stop. And I thought that was kind of cool. I think we're flasher now. We did catch one. We're still following somebody. It's cool. So he slowed me down a bit, but I assume he's still... Either there's not enough room to move things around, or I'm just going to have to give him more pressure. I got my flasher. So yeah, anyways, yeah, I thought about this, and I thought, you know, how I would approach it is actually, I want to go two ways here. Number one, I do want to develop an external dispatcher. I've been on the record to say I'm kind of jealous of the fact that somebody is developing another external dispatcher, because I wanted to do it for the longest time, and I never did it. I had my opportunity. The problem was, anytime I tried to get information, I felt like I was running into a lot of dead ends. And a lot of it I thought had to do with RabbitMQ, and suddenly RabbitMQ is not an issue anymore, apparently. And I thought, okay, well, had I known this, I probably would have pushed it a little bit more vigorously. Because now it's not RabbitMQ, I'm curious how it works. And I will be posing that question very shortly. I'll do it on TrainSim first, and then I'm also going to outline my plan once again, and we'll see what happens. I know there's a development for a payware, and I wish them all the luck, and quite frankly, if it's really cool and suits my needs, I may do it. I may go ahead. I'm not objective to personally putting out a payware piece myself. I'm not objective to try to do some type of donation system or Patreon or something like that to get the odd amount of money for my efforts. But for me personally, my goal is simple. I want to have, if I'm going to do this, and if I'm going to spend the time to do it, and the beautiful thing about it, this should not take much programming. It really shouldn't. I'm going to be using Train Dispatcher 3 and Track Builder, which technically, from what I understand, is now abandonware.
So people should easily be able to get it. I'm going to try to confirm that it is abandonware before I get too carried away, because I do want people to have access to it. I think people need to have access to that software. It is no longer commercially sold. It hasn't been for some time, and is no longer commercially supported, as far as I know, unless you pay for it. But they are not technically supporting it otherwise. So my feeling on that is they really don't care, because they're on to bigger and better things. So they're open ball game. And I own Train Dispatcher 3.5. I own Track Builder. So I'm going to continue. And here's why I want to use Train Dispatcher. First of all, Train Dispatcher alone will not work with this.
BNSF detector milepost 597.0 main 1 ambient temperature 8.5 degrees.
So yeah, Train Dispatcher alone will not work with this. What happens is Train Dispatcher can have a system that allows you to basically act as a virtual model railroad dispatch board. The community, anybody who owns Track Builder 3 within the community can create territories for it, and can also create, and they can create it very easily by basically connecting the blocks. So the blocks themselves, the block numbers that are in Run 8 are actually likely compatible with that in Track Builder. If that is the case, then my software will be able to do it. The thing I have to be able to do, though, however, is I have to find a way to have the software work with the, oh, what do you call it? There's a name for that damn thing, too, and I can't think of it. It's, again, it's my memory. It's a, I was going to say it's a repeater. Blah, 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 blah. Handler. So there's a handler that communicates, that is the portal between, oops. Oh, light we got here. Wait, what? Oops, 597. Okay. So the RTS external dispatcher would be something that not only acts as the handler, but then itself, in its infancy, would become an external dispatcher. Because once the handler is the basic program. I don't have to program all those elements. Train Dispatcher 3 already does it. It does everything that is currently being... I mean, not everything, but it does quite a bit, let's just say. So I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I don't want to get into the graphics. I don't want to get into making my program pretty. All I want it to do is work. And writing a handler is not much. You're dealing with data elements, and the handler for TD3 is rudimentary. It's very basic. It's text driven. It is to write handler commands I mean, you're basically writing the text files. But you need a software that's able to communicate with the handler. And that becomes the conduit. If Run 8 can communicate with my software and I can communicate with the handler, boom, we're done. That's all that has to happen. Then the only thing you need in order to dispatch is Run 8, external dispatcher access on a server, and the RTS external dispatcher. So you run that in the background. It doesn't really do anything. All it does is translate. Oh yeah, sorry. You would have to have the territories. The territories, you can load up whatever territory you want in whatever configuration you want. It doesn't matter. As long as you're connected, boom, it will start transmitting where the trains are. It'll start transmitting the data tags. I'm not too sure about the engine numbers. I gotta look into that. It will do the symbols. The engine numbers I'd have to... Oh, okay. He's calling me. So the handler, I figured he was a Z train. Manifest. You will. If I was awake. Oh no, Raptors. Okay. Always nice of a dispatcher to see how I'm doing. Especially letting me know what's going on, and that's very common for dispatchers, you know, check in and give them a heads up so they know. So now the dispatcher's telling me what's happening or what I can expect, and I don't have to guess anymore. Now, if I'm in the dome car, I don't have a clue, other than what I see going on right now, so maybe... if I was in the dome car, I'd be, oh my god, why we got all these yellows? Why is the dispatcher not getting you through? Slow train in front of us. You can see I'd be second guessing. But as an engineer And I'm speaking like a tourist or whatever. But as an engineer, somebody who knows, you know, these things happen, I'm like, man, probably it's got a lot of congestion up ahead. It is what it is. And besides, I don't want to run. Trying to time the next signal. But yeah, so you get the handler in there, and then you get the software, and it's able to do the stacking, it's able to do the fleeting. I like how Train Dispatcher 3 stacks a little bit better. I'm not too sure about the engine numbers. I don't think it does it. I'd have to look. There's a tag available for it. But there is other information. I don't know about visible speed. I don't think so. There might be. There's certainly visible speed in their simulations. Now the handler can play all kinds of different functions. One thing that I shouldn't say the handler, the software that communicates with the handler can also put into a communication portal. One thing that I want to do, okay, now I say I'm not into TeamSpeak, I say I'm not into whatever else this new other thing is. I don't even know the name of it. I forget now. Whatever it is. It's some voice over IP thing. I want to create a true radio communicator within this. Now I don't know if everybody would use it or not, but at least as an option, what the communicator would do is it would communicate with, say if the communicator was on the host, or at least something that was running the dispatch territory. What would happen is when those tones go out, it would recognize something. I don't know what, I don't know how, but from what I understand, the external dispatcher can at least recognize, or at least get a command. If I see that command come across, then I could initiate the particular tower. Not only would it initiate the tower and give a radio display or to communicate what particular tower it's on, but it would also give the dispatcher the ability to not only go into the tower, but go into that local area like it does in the real world. So in other words, we're on channel whatever we're on right now, and this tower may be on the same channel for, you know, 200 miles or whatever the hell it is. What would happen is the tower or the base that I'm at would be able to pick me up. But not only that, it will tell me whereabouts I am in relation to the tower, thus increasing or decreasing the strength of my communication. If another user was on and he was in the vicinity, it would take the track location of him, compare it to whoever else is a client, as in whoever else is using the communication software, which would be like an external thing, maybe built into it, not a big thing, but some type of voice over IP, and it would distort the sound depending upon the range. So if you were out of range, you know what happens with the detectors on this now. You get so far into with the detectors, they start sounding a little bit more quieter. Well, mine would start introducing noise, and slowly it would become just white and staticky, and you wouldn't be able to understand what was being communicated, 40 miles away or something like that, to the point where you hear nothing. The towers are more powerful, so you might pick up a couple other towers, but that's it.
that to me is ideal, what I call ideal communication. Using a voice over P type TeamSpeak or whatever the hell it is not my cup of tea, because you hear a lot of chatter on those things. It doesn't matter where the hell you're on. You can go to another channel and then everybody's, you know, you tone somebody or whatever. It's just not my cup of tea. I find it's more extra stuff that I don't want to run. But that's just me. That's why I like my text, because it's not far away with, I can't quite see. Rain coming. Dave. Was on it.
BNSS detector.
I did my lights.
603.5. Main 2. Ambient temperature 81 degrees.
Yeah, look at all the boxcars. Ah, somebody didn't purchase a new pack. El Cheapo here didn't purchase the most recent pack. Oh well. I guess I'll spend $10 soon. Oh, I see a flasher now. Okay. That's all I wanted to know, is if I got a flasher. I had to even stand up to the screen there, and just the brightness and everything every night it's really cool. Very good. Look at a high green here. Uh-oh. We're gonna have two communications here. Think. Or is this just a talker? Whatever the hell you...
BNSS detector milepost 603.5. Main 1. Ambient temperature 81 degrees.
Sure. Come on, give me a green. Yeah. Fine. Okay. So I'll sit back and relax until the next signal. Yeah, so that's my idea of communications. How I would lay it out if I was to create software for it. I don't think voice over IP is that hard. It wouldn't be too much eye candy or graphics that I'd have to produce. I don't think. In fact, it would be all behind the scenes related to the data. And because of that, I don't have to make it user-friendly. Anything that I don't have to create user-friendliness to is a bonus for me, because it means I could slowly put something in and people won't know how the hell the thing's working, and it's just doing what it's supposed to do. I like that. So that's a bonus for me. And I'm able to develop it, I'm able to improve upon it, I'm able to make it smarter. That goes with the AI dispatcher. Now, the AI dispatcher would probably be somewhat stupid at first, but it would be better than nothing. I would have to work out bugs. I would have to. It's not gonna. It's not. It shouldn't get into cornfield meats, but who's to say it won't? And if it does, then I'd have to have something that anticipates a cornfield meat or becomes less aggressive until it did. So I'd have a certain set of rules built into the software that would say, okay, when this condition happens, are you going to attempt or are you going to hold back? and it would have to look ahead. You know, there's a lot of things to look ahead. We know how the AI worked in Microsoft Train Simulator. It didn't work too well. I don't... pardon me. Ooh. The idea is you want it to be very, very intelligent, very efficient. And does it have to be 100% safe? No, because it's not the real world, but how it handles things and does things. There are AI dispatching systems in the real world, but that usually deals with commuter services. Funny enough. I was on one in Vancouver. Their high rail metro link thingy, majig, SkyTrain is a AI dispatch system. I think it's observed or can be overridden by one person who's in charge of the entire network. And this is something that I look at as even maybe not as an AI dispatcher, but an AI assistant. Like right now, because Mike is running the entire territory himself, including the new road, what's happening? Excuse me. Is he's got all the signals fleeted. So because he's got all the signals fleeted, a lot of bunching up will start occurring. And that's the downside of it, because then what happens is it's not so bad, except you end up getting a lot of bunching taking place. And the efficient track, it's not as smooth coming out into Needles, because you have a lot of congestion. Maybe that's what's happening right now, I'm not sure. But it's happening going east, so I assume it doesn't really matter too much. It does create some interesting challenges for the manifests that are involved, because the manifests are going to be the ones that are going to be slowing up the rest of those trains. So it does make it interesting and challenging. But again, it's not 100% efficient, because that's what the crossovers are for. That's what, when you look at, for example, we're Train Sim World, where they're complaining, well, it's double track territory. Yeah, it's a double track territory, but it's a double track territory for a reason. Now, in the case of Selkirk Mohawk, I found no matter what era that I seemed to run in, whether it be CSX or Conrail, it was very difficult to find it 100% necessary to be double track all the way. In fact, I've seen single track main lines run with that much traffic. That used to be a 4-track main line. It's much simpler, since they already have the real estate, to simply, and Conrail reduced the number of tracks, and plus you got passenger train. So really what happens is when the passengers start getting involved, that's when the freights start, getting the hell out of the way. So, look at that, I got a green. Woohoo! Cool. I gotta make some water for Mike. Right back.
Under an hour left. Kiddo, they're mix water, but I gotta teach them how to fill up the filter. So yeah, that's why it's still double track. Now, for Cumberland, Sand Patch, I'm not too familiar. I've actually dispatched that territory. I think there, if I recall, it was actually somewhat interesting. There is a single track section. Somewhere around. But yeah, it was, there was enough traffic, if I recall. That's a decent one. I think I got a flasher ring. Quick check on my filter again. High green. E is picking up. Ain't good. Okay.
So yeah, you get the if you get the what do you call it? I know I was thinking of something. So you're in Train Sim world and you have a dispatcher and you have dynamic things happening. I mean, I looked at that yard and some of the videos for it. I'm like, man, this thing is freaking huge. I liked it. It had a cool turntable. It had, I mean, it was eye candy extreme. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, they're running these, you got to run these things in the scenarios that so far they give you because there's no editors. And when they have editors, there's going to be scenario creators. I've been an activity creator for MSTS. I've used programs such as Activity Generator. There's other ones. There's a guy in Run 8, and I can't think of his name, unfortunately. It's slipping my mind right now. He's been in contact with me, actually. I was a fan of his, and he became a fan of mine early on in the Run 8 days, and I said that a lot of what he did actually inspired me to do RTS, because he did the same kind of thing for MSTS. So he had switchless generators. Something, I can't remember how it went, but he had something that allowed. It was an I think it was Activity Generator. Yeah, it was Activity Generator. Sorry. So he had Activity Generator, which I use. I also used a program called Activity Changer, and unfortunately, Activity Generator was fine. It did what it had to do. And it was a good enough program that changed things around, and you know, it made you were able to edit the files, or it edited the files for you so that the activities changed, or at least your consist, and it created, you know, it created, I don't know what the heck it was, loads, empties, I can't even remember, to be quite honest, but it gave some purpose to it. Now, if you used Activity Generator with Activity Changer, if you had a cookie cutter double track or a double track route or something, you would be able to run certain territories with AI traffic and have all the switch listing you wanted, and it was fine. But the cookie cutter territories were very boring. Certain things never really worked right. It got stale real quick. And there's the biggest flaw of them all was, of course, once you were done for the night, then what do? You could save your train, but you could never save your world. Run 8 changed all that. And that's what made this cool for me. Now, like right now, we got a sunset. We're at the longest days of the year. By the time winter comes, I'll be running in the night at this time, which is cool. But I'll get to see the sunset a little bit sooner, which is cool, because I'll still get to see some sunlight, and I'll get to see some dark, and I'll be fine. So I don't mind running at this time of night. And then, you know, you'll see different stars, and supposedly the same moon configurations, although I don't know if that works quite right. It must work fine in client. I think it works fine in client. It's the server side that is a bit of a bug, though. Yeah, we'll see. But, and I mean, these are little minor bugs, eh? So, and my frames are taking a pretty good hit right now. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Some clear skies. That's my conductor. Oh wow, picking up speed. So yeah, so even if I can get it working to make it just a little bit less required, like I would probably introduce it as an external dispatcher with AI dispatch assist, is what I would probably call it as a feature at first, just to make some safe judgment calls. So it wouldn't be fleeting signals all the damn time. It would, and if it was confused, maybe it would prompt the operator to say, "Hey, help! I'm dumb. I don't know what's going on." You know what I mean? That'd be pretty cool. I had cops already. Holy crap. You mean I actually got to run this train now? It didn't take long to get up the hill. That's okay. I can run. I think I remember how to run a train. Intermodals can go more than 55. Up with that. I could run. So yeah, and the whole reason why I'm thinking about doing it that way is I do want to run the high capacity territories, and I have some ideas when it comes to I've got some very strange ideas. The issues with how things are right now is pretty simple. The way I think it is, anyways. The issues are simple. The solutions are a little more complicated. Oh, there's one of my friends. So anyways, yeah, here's the thing. We just had a new route upgrade. We're now into, I believe we're into 2 full cruise cycles now, I think. Don't quote me on that. But there's potential for 2 cruise cycles on any train now that runs through California, for the most part. At least BNSF. With a crew change available at Barstow. And, sorry, Barstow and or Needles. Because some of them do change at Needles, some of them actually do change at Barstow as well. Depending. So you could run out of Cajon and then have a crew change at Needles, or vice versa. So, yeah, and this is where I don't like the automatic crew change thing. It's cool and all. I wish there was a way to make it optional for certain trains, because then what happens is, in reality, the dispatcher will orchestrate where he wants the crew change to take place depending upon the railroad. I get why they have them. It's certainly cool. I just wish there was a user-defined option for it, and a dynamic option would be really good. Because what happens with the dynamic option is it then is able... Why do I think I'm supposed to be more than 55 on this route? Get out of here. 40 Needles. Okay. 60, 50, 45, 79, 55, 30, 55. Oh, there is one coming up. Past Danby. I'm stuck with 55 until I get up way past Danby somewhere. Okay, fine. Fine. But anyways, as I was saying, you've got these big, huge territories. You've got the AI in there. Like I said, I can be very creative. I was doing it actually, what some people don't realize, and probably people, I don't know if people have ever thought of it, is...
BNSF detector. milepost.
Never mind. Hold on a second.
17.7. Main 1. Ambient temperature 76 degrees.
I miss Dale's voice on there. I like Dale's voice better. This other guy's annoying. Whatever it is. It just sounds more annoying. Dale sounds meaner. Mean, more railroad rugged type. But Dale. I said hi while I was in BC here. I don't know where the hell he's not too far from the track. I told him I was going through too. I forget where the hell I think he's in Chilliwack. I can't remember. He showed a picture on, I think it was his Facebook. His view of the rails or something. Hopefully he's okay. I never thought to ask him that. Any danger of his home and everything. He was on the forum train sim the other night. So. Yeah, there's a second manifest. So yeah, you've got these vast territories, and we've certainly eliminated the need for human crews of player trains. Now, switching or local switching, although in theory you might think that it can't be done AI, it actually can. And you might think, say what? What some people don't realize is I was taking the hump capacity of a yard. I did this in Selkirk Mohawk. For those that follow my channel, they've seen it. I was able to increase the capacity of the yard because the real Mohawk, Selkirk Mohawk, just like Barstow, has a higher capacity. And I was able to exchange and save new track configurations to adjust to it. Likewise, you could, in theory, simulate the passage of a local train and basically have it run out and be able to complete its switching in a matter of minutes, if you so desired, no matter where it's at, depending. If it was in an industrial complex, you would be able to switch an area. It would take you a little bit more, but you could do it. And you might say, how, pray tell, could you do that? Well, first of all, the virtual hump was simply the first virtual hump. The virtual interchange I used to use was before Kern Junction was developed. And the virtual interchange, what that did was that allowed, back in the older versions of RTS, before some of those new switching areas came out around Bakersfield, because Bakersfield had this great yard but really not much of a purpose, because you couldn't switch anywhere other than Edison. And we had virtual interchanges that allowed cars to basically pop up so that you could switch them and have some fun with them. So now a lot of things have changed in the software. I haven't really looked into, into the saves. I haven't actually looked into it. But I think I owe it to myself to really take a good look at it again and see what, if any, advancements have been made. Because what I'm thinking likely is a possibility is I could incorporate that same technique into virtual switching. Whereas I would simply take and delete and spawn and set up a train that was built to basically saved by the system, or be saved into the system and exported into the system. You take a train, you export it into the system. RTS would handle it. It would then be able to switch along the way and know which particular industries would be switched off at which industries, and also give you the actual spawn locations, so that what would happen, it would know what cars were at what industries, what cars were on the train. Everything would basically transfer itself and do it a lot quicker than what a human could do. And you might think, well, what's the fun in that? It's not so much that it's the fun, it's the purpose. We don't have this. The bigger you get a server, and this is my issue with the servers getting big, the bigger you get a server, the harder it is to get people into key positions. This was the issue we had in California. We had that very issue. It felt like a job. And we were having a blast at times, but then at other times it just felt like a job. Because we were all stressed. At least I was stressed. I think I was one of the first ones showing signs of stress and cracking. And it wasn't as fun for me anymore. I was getting cranky. It was, you know, Mike knows about it. Maybe Mike's listening in on me tonight. Maybe he isn't. I'm not sure. He's busy dispatching. He's probably too busy. Maybe he's listening. But it became too big. And I've always wanted to run. Like the trains that are running tonight, I like them. I mean, this is actually reminding me of what it is I like about a full capacity line. It doesn't matter if it's double track or not, and I haven't even moved over yet. I know that those manifests will be moved out of the way. If a manifest comes into our way, he'll be moved out by the dispatcher. Nothing's really slowing me down at this point, really. I got clear track, just as he predicted would happen. So yeah, it's you know, everything's hunky-dory so far. And most intermodal trains are. They're going to keep you rolling. The manifests are really interesting, because then those are guys that got to get the hell out of the way and go sit, cross over, and do all kinds of other things. But you know, a little bit of a fog or whatever the hell that is in the distance. So it's 11 p.m. Eastern. We got like 30 minutes to go by the looks of it. And 3 hours. I mean, it's reduced time for us. He's a little bit further to the west. It's actually a nice mix right now. I think what I'll do for the remainder of the summer, as long as my son's interested, you know, we'll watch wrestling for a bit and then see if a local's available and run, or we'll run for the first, you know, 20 minutes or so, or something, and get a local ready and see how it goes, or maybe work on a local or work on a yard until the session begins and be able to pull a train out. And as long as, you know, Mike's okay with that, and everybody else is, or whatever. My son said he liked humping, so that's something he enjoyed to do. I'm like, okay, well, that's cool. And so do I. I actually enjoy the hump yards. I enjoyed Barstow. I miss Barstow. So this is the things I'm starting to really think about again. It's kind of odd how I was 24 hours ago thinking, like, what the hell am I going to do with myself? Do I really want to give up Run 8 that easily? No. But I knew I didn't want to keep going the way I was going. It was just like, well, you know, it's like squeezing. I mean, in all respect to Mikey, because he's done a lot of work. I still think he's got a great route. He's got a lot of potential. He's just gonna have to find the time to fix some of those issues. Hopefully he will. I would like to see, though, the direction of Run 8. I would like to see something. Number one, I'd like to see some of these ideas. I don't know if they listen to my ideas. I really don't know. I've had them. I know they've listened to some in the past, so. And, you know, it's tough because I am a developer. I can do a lot of things. Now, I'm not talking about a root developer or anything like that. There's a lot of things that I'm willing to bring to the table if somebody's willing to work with me or help me and guide me along the way. If they can help me do that, then I will produce. If I don't think I'm going to get that support and I'm going to be pulling teeth to try to figure out how to just make a stupid external dispatcher communicate, then it won't help. So probably sometime tomorrow I'm gonna post these ideas as much as possible on Train Sim. I'm gonna reference this particular live stream, you know, for more details. Basically, you may even be here because of this, like if you're later on YouTube. I'm gonna reference this video. I apologize for my coughing. I'm still trying to get over my cold. But anyways, and what I'll do is hopefully I will get the attention of somebody who can point me in the right direction. I know how to program. I'm okay with new programming languages and stuff like that. But I need to know how to communicate with Run 8. My concept is very simple, as I said before. All I want is to be able to get a program in there that works with Train Dispatcher 3. Train Dispatcher 3, and I know that's not accessible, or it's an older program, so not everybody's going to be able to get it. I understand that. I'm going to look into that. The goal is to find out where you can get Train Dispatcher 3, quote unquote, legally. I don't, you know, I'm not believing in copyright. You know, if you could purchase a non-supported copy or whatever the hell it is, you know, you should be able to do that. Somebody should be able to do that. If it isn't, it's abandonware. That's the way I look at it. So, or over a certain amount of time, it's abandoned. How long Train Dispatcher will be compatible with some of the newer computers remains to be seen, but at least that gives me some time to develop my ideas. The territories themselves will be able to be contributed by the community. Anybody can build a territory, as in build a dispatch board the way they want it. If they wanted a certain pattern, if they wanted a certain color, you know, certain text size, whatever, they can do that. Like one thing I'll say from using a high definition monitor, it's tough to see the tags in Train Dispatcher 3. I'll have to step up every now and then and take a look at it. I notice since I went to a high definition screen, it's a lot harder to see. There might be ways of making it a little easier. So, but we'll see. And I'm just going to throw it out there. And I'm going to see who bites. If the right people bite, hopefully the developers will bite. Hopefully somebody will bite. Because I'm not on Run 8 Depot. So hopefully, if somebody who sees this on Train Sim wants to pass it along to Run 8 Depot so that the developers know, I could contact John, put a link in as well. John, sometimes he'll reply to me, other times he's just busy. Every now and then we get in a conversation. I certainly have Jason's phone number. I could call him, I could ask him. You know, I could mention to him on Facebook.
I'm in no means trying to compete either with the other dispatching software. I'm not out to compete with that software. It's not about competing. It's actually I'm going in a different direction. I'm not so interested in the dispatching software side. I'm actually more interested in developing the AI concepts. Because if these territories are going to keep getting bigger, we're either going to need two things to happen. We're either going to need people or more automation. That's all there is to it. That's really the bottom line. That's why I'm coughing, by the way, is because my throat is getting dry. We either need more automation or we need more people. And I don't think we're getting the people. I don't know if that was the horn for that. I think I'll try on Halls. See if that. So lost the sun somewhere. Where'd it go? Red somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Hiding behind the mountains. Ooh, another train coming. Man, busy night. We got about 20 minutes left in the session. Okay. So that for me is the only way I can see really pushing the envelope for these bigger territories. I know some of the big servers think they can do it. I got a newsflash, they can't. As good as they are, they're not good enough. And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense either, and I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I'm not trying to be an antagonizer. The biggest servers that are out there, from what we were doing back in California, where the hell was we doing this? I think it was last winter or early winter, late last fall, somewhere around there. Maybe it was a year ago now. It was after version 2 came out, and we were knocking the crap out of this thing, and we had quite a few people. We had quite a few good users on the RTS California. This is the same server that Mike has. This is the former RTS California server. Under Mike's, new server name and everything, which Southwest. Sorry, I typed it in the. Can't remember all these names. Southwest Rails or something like that. It's all based California, so it's totally a form set up. SMRI, Scott Martin Railway. Yeah, he's a former admin too. I say former just because he was busy with his other projects. He's had health issues and everything. He's actually got a Selkirk Mohawk server up, apparently. I haven't been on it yet because it hasn't been up. He posted about it. I gotta email him, find out about that, because I thought to myself, I'll go run with him one night or one day or afternoon or something like that, maybe. Get the kiddo with me, and then we can run some trains together or something. I don't know. But it sounded like a plan. And Scott and I, we go way back. For some of our earlier RTS Run 8 sessions. He's got a lot of prototypical knowledge, and a lot of operational prototypical knowledge too, and he's got a lot of creativity.
It's amazing what he's been able to do with a lot of these things. He's got a lot of input, a lot of things. So I'm glad to see he's running a server. And hopefully I can support some of the operational, especially the guys who like the operations and who want to really use the resources. It's one thing running a bunch of trains and having meets like we're doing tonight. Like, okay, yeah, I'm not doing anything, but there was a time earlier tonight where I was like, yeah, I want to run a local. And there's going to be some nights where I'm going to want to run a local. But there's sometimes I want to run a hump. Sometimes I want to run a trim, or I want to do this, I want to do that. There's a lot of things we can do to facilitate the lack of humans. And that's the cool thing. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. Holy crap, another one. Well, he wasn't kidding. I offered to be a second dispatcher for the PM shift, and like I said, it's a challenge to have this much territory now. It was already a challenge before. We used to run 2 dispatchers before the new territory came out. Before, well, this was the former RTS California server, and yeah, it was. You know, the thought of running 1 dispatcher, and of course I like to run full 100% train schedules, right? I don't know, I'm trying to remember how the hell we quite did that 24. I don't know if we had the random AI or we had something else going on. See, yeah, I'd love to see it be able to, you know, I think about this way. You run a 24/7 server, and it's able to continue throughout the night, dispatch itself, potentially get taken over by somebody who has access to it. So somebody has access, could take over for the AI and say, okay, I'm the dispatcher now. There's a lot of potential for something like that. And for me, I'm like, you know, and I'm not saying, the program would still need some type of manual interaction, especially for spawning. I'm not exactly sure. There's editors coming down the road. I'm not too sure what they are, but it would be very interesting to see how and when and why or what you can actually do to be able to spawn custom trains in. Not randomly generated trains, but custom trains. In other words, RTS generated trains. And I haven't done much in RTS of version 2. I haven't done anything. So, you know, I'm kicking myself for that in a way, but we'll see. Got a second win now, so I just decided to say, okay, I'm going to quit hosting. I'm just going to post my ideas and see how much support I get. Because if I get the support from either those that know how they communicate, or, and I'm not expecting somebody who's developing a payware dispatch system to help me out, but maybe he will. He's done it in the past, so we'll see. And in no way am I trying to compete with him either. I personally, I would be much more willing to help him or somehow add into what he's doing. Maybe don't need TD3, maybe you just use his system and from there. Wow. Like a highway. Manifest. Or no, what am I talking about? I thought I saw one. Yeah, I did see a boxcar in there. Am I at the, I don't even know where the hell I am. 641. Where am I? Ah, crap, I'm just west of Danby now. Sure, by the time I get the 70-mile-an-hour section, it'll be too late for me to kick it into high gear because I only got like 11 minutes left. So this was a fun night. Not much is in the way of action. I mean, there's just a lot of opposing traffic. It's double track. It's not ideal what I was looking for, but that's okay. Since there was no traffic opposing me coming westbound, I thought this would be the second best thing to do. And I've seen a lot of opposing traffic at least, so that's cool. This sub, I mean, right now it's conveyor belt, but you throw a few manifests in there and suddenly it can get really dodgy. I'm not a huge fan, and I use them, but I'm not a huge fan of some of the settings. At least that's the one thing I didn't like about Selkirk as well, and I hate to complain about Selkirk Mohawk. I do it a lot too, but unfortunately, Selkirk Mohawk, I don't like the ratings they have for the tonnage. I like it how it's set for California, but I don't like how it's set for Selkirk because I find that the tonnage ratings are too high. Florida's are pretty good. I just don't like how he's got it set up for Selkirk. I found the HPT values, the intermodal trains had way too much power on them. One train, like I didn't see one train, virtually one train that had more than 3 engines on an intermodal. And I saw nearly a 10,000 foot train during my trip past us once, and he only had 3 units on the front end. I don't think it was up in the mountains. No. I think it was in the prairies, but it was in the prairies or Ontario, which, again, the grade wasn't too much, but he was doing just fine. Moving along quite nicely. I know they have some that have mid-train helpers, and they're like 111s, a few of them, or 11s. No, this one was running just fine. You don't need that much power. Intermodals are too heavy as there are in this program anyway. I don't know why they load as heavy as they do, because in reality they shouldn't be that heavy. But it is what it is. Alright, well that cleared up the throat nicely for tonight. Another train. Holy crap. I feel like I'm on a highway. Everybody honks back at me. How rude. Okay, I gotta get that pack now. So yeah, we're coming scheduled to run till half past. I'm not going to run past that anymore. Shoot past my bedtime. So yeah, like, you know, so that's pretty much as far as my ideas go. So gave me a renewed passion because I thought, well, if I can do it, and who knows, maybe I can. Maybe I can just make it, even if I can't make the AI dispatcher, what I could potentially do is at least get the more automated virtual switching done. And again, like I said, some people were like, what the hell you need that for? What's the point of having switching if you don't switch? Well, if you get the trains to actually, just like I was doing in Selkirk, actually, I actually simulated trains by spotting them as opposed to humping them. So it's kind of like that, except we had it so that we had virtual humps, and we were actually able to hump, but then we had more capacity that way than other things. But anyways, there's a lot of potential. Oh wow, I can start seeing the signals now. It's time of night. Alright, what are we at here? I have to watch the opposing signals. I haven't been really noticing them that much. Paying attention. I'm gonna take a peek now at the. Holy crap! Wow. That's cool. Dim boards. Very nice. Heated boron. Edwards got something going on. Of course, I don't have the new route, so I don't have access to that just. That's okay. Okay, what are we at here? I could maybe go for one more signal. One more screw it. Stop the signal. that's cool. So that's cool. So we might be trying the 2 dispatchers. Huh? Okay. So that's what I'm doing Thursdays, guys. And Tuesdays. And Monday. Yeah, because he's doing, just wanted to know that we're still doing live stream. I haven't even. Yeah. Oh, that'll be kind of cool. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, there was a lot of eastbound traffic, I found. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I don't have the Oh, cool. Nice. Yeah, Mike and I, we go a long ways back. I know a few people were. There was some that thought that there was some issue between Mike and I, and there's never been the issue. Cool. Needles is okay, but yeah, that would be, if that was in place of Needles and Needles was in that position, then that would have been really interesting, but that's okay. It is what it is, so. But like I was saying, as far as the AI things, and what Mike and I are talking about as far as the amount of trains, what happens is he's got a dispatcher who really likes dispatching. We were talking about Bear. He's dispatched with RTS before as well. Almost. But yeah. Yeah, I really wanted to give Selkirk a go. It was one of those feelings when I just came back from vacation, just like, okay, I had some fun on this, but I actually had a lot of fun tonight too. This I'm looking forward to doing on a Tuesday, Thursday again. So see, there's a big difference there. Now I'm looking forward to doing that, even if it's dispatching, because I can go ride an AI train and just go into external dispatcher and have a blast, like I used to. These are... Yeah, so and they were just killing the hump. The too many cars would go down, the hump would shut down. It happened a lot with the cement hoppers. Then you would have some of the bigger cars like the reefers. Yeah, so you'd have your telescoping, what we're talking about here. The telescoping is okay. I mean, it's not ideal, but at least with the telescoping, you can still get around it. The issue, what we were having in Selkirk Mohawk, was that the bigger cars on certain tracks would cause issues. I think he knows which tracks are causing the issues, so he's done something with the hump, I think, but I'm not sure. I have to talk to him about that, but... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember those issues. Yep. Yeah, I was just gonna say that he started going with the client computer. Yep. And it's all controlled by the client. And if they're doing too much crap, it can really start acting. Yeah, he's exactly right on that. The client controls, whereas the server controls all the AI. As long as the server is powerful enough and not doing too much stupid stuff, then it's fine. But what happens is a lot of these client computers they're on shared services with other people. They're doing other kinds of goofy things. You know, this is why I'm not. You know, even something as simple as TeamSpeak, anything that's running in the background, even web browsers. I got one up right now, but it hasn't caused me any issues because I'm just running a train. So, you know, it is. That's good. User errors can be fixed. Teaching moments, exactly. Yeah, good enough. But yeah, it's, you know, we're chatting here. Like we go back a long ways. He took over for me at a time where I really needed to get off of 24/7. I needed to develop. I needed to do other things. It was nice to host again. I still will, likely at some point. The signal went red. I thought he dropped. Oh, did it just go AI? Used to freak me out too until I realized I had a user on. I had the rare time all of a sudden it would just be like, why isn't this train moving? I'm like, oh yeah, I had a user on. Train's smart enough to actually stop before the crossing, or is he gonna block it? Probably gonna block it, right? Some of them do. They actually stop, and others don't. Not honking. That's funny. Looks like he's gonna stop. Yeah, it did. So yeah, I mean, oh, that's cool seeing the traffic off in its NASCAR format. I like to call it like a pace lap. Right, all the cars will stick together. Formation. Yeah, there's a lot of places I see where crazy stuff. That's okay. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with cars running in, running over gates and doing crazy stuff and running through trains. I'm fine with that. That I could care less about. I mean, yeah, okay, it's kind of amusing and distracting, but it really doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yeah, it's the heavy traffic. I mean, I didn't mind running the local for a while, but it's really, for me, it's the hump and the trim. That's certainly one thing. Oh, early Saturday, Sunday morning? Really? Really? Yeah, because he's got the old server. But yeah, having the traffic is really what keeps it interesting for me. It's not so much the eye candy though. It's got to be realistic dispatching too, and realistic traffic flows are very important to me. We had the talk on the train. You know what I mean by the talk. And I basically talked to his mom and I said, well, since this is probably going to be a pretty long trip, at some point, him and I are going to have the talk. Since he was about to turn 9, a little bit early, but he's pretty mature. Yeah, so we had the talk, and yeah, we were a little embarrassed at times, but he seemed to handle it pretty good. So now when he hears about these sex scandals, I can tell him what the hell that's all about. And he gets it now. He believes in Santa. I'm not talking him out of that yet. He can talk himself out of that one. He knows about sex and still believes in Santa. So, hey, it's cool. I forget what I thought I was out of that before. I don't know. We'll see when that happens. I predict it's happening this year. No kid spoiled it for me. It was... Oh. Yeah, so I'm gonna... What I'm talking about there is, as I said, I'm gonna go on to Train Sim. I'm gonna reference this live stream because I talked quite a bit for a few hours there. And yeah, so that'll be pretty good. This will work out. 'Cause I'll let him go. So that's going to be my new thing for Tuesdays and Thursdays. I don't mind doing that. In the indefinite. We'll see how things go Thursday. Take it out of this scene for a minute. Yeah, I'll talk a few more minutes here. And take it from there here. So basically I guess I'll leave that here. It don't matter. That thing will move around when it wants to move around. Yeah, whatever. So basically, what's essentially going to happen, just so I can clarify in case you guys didn't miss that part. The banner that's up right now is showing RTS. I want to make sure I'm perfectly clear on this. Mike's server is not in any way affiliated with RTS, nor am I, other than I believe I have admin access or something, or I don't know, maybe I even don't, I really don't know, it doesn't matter. You know, or whatever access is needed, or whatever. We're gonna have to talk about that, actually, because before I go live stream, I better make sure I know what's going on with that. So I'll have to email him that, so that I'm not showing up any passwords. That's one thing I do not want to do, and I've been very careful tonight to make sure that I'm on before I go live stream. So what'll happen is I'll put up another banner to promote Mike's server. This isn't the end for RTS servers as well. I still have personal goals, personal ideas. It isn't the end for Selkirk Mohawk. It is definitely, at the very least, a sabbatical of sorts where I'm holding off. I want to see if some of these bugs get fixed, and even if they do, I'm not sure if it's enough. As much as I like it, the eye candy's fine. It's the operation I'm not too sure about. If I get the AI eventually to the way I want it to work, I see a lot of potential, a lot of really good potential in Selkirk Mohawk. But there's a lot of things that don't work perfectly in Run 8 enough for me to do it. For example, I would love to run the passenger equipment coming in and out of New York a little bit more. I see potential there. There's all kinds of things. I can't Y a train without it freaking out. So how am I supposed to turn equipment? So there's a lot of different things that need to be addressed when it comes to Selkirk Mohawk. So Selkirk Mohawk for me is just, he fixed a lot of bugs, don't get me wrong, and it was certainly usable. It was certainly fun. Had I had more people on, I would probably not be so inclined. I mean, Jerry was a trooper. He was there all the time. But in the end, when I came back, I wasn't missing it. I wasn't missing Run 8, to be quite honest. Tonight kind of reinvigorated what I miss about Run 8, especially what I miss about California. I didn't realize I missed that. And that was running on needles, for crying out loud. I mean, there wasn't that much, and it wasn't about eye candy. It was just knowing that I was in a traffic pattern, and I know there's a hell of a lot more going on there. I came back from taking my son, you know, and then you guys rode along the AI, probably saw the signals or whatever, and suddenly here I am in a siding. I'm like, oh, okay. And then he gave me the, he didn't have to, but he told me, yeah, there's not much westbound traffic, so something happened where westbounds weren't running for some reason. You know, whatever. And stuff like that's going to happen once in a while, so it doesn't always have to be perfect. But, and this is, you know, this is his, yeah, RTS for Mike was always his server anyways. I just gave suggestions and guidance. And I tried to separate it myself from that as much as possible. I'm the founder of RTS. I had no bearing and judgment or rules or anything like that. But what Mike ultimately wanted to do was he wanted to be able to get RTS, and he even offered, I think he offered a forum for RTS on his forum or something like that. I remember that.
And I told him that was great, but I was going to keep the Wikia the way it was. And now I have to, I have to go back and I got to reevaluate things as far as the Wikia goes. I've got to really think about what it is I'm trying to promote as far as the servers go. We certainly have Tom's server, and he is still 100% into it, as far as I can tell. He doesn't have as many members as he would like, as he posted earlier. But I totally support him, and I'll do whatever I can to keep Florida going. I don't personally visit Florida, and it has nothing to do with him or the server. It just has to do with just switching is not enough for me, especially, I could do it for a while, and then I would get bored of it. And then if I got bored of switching, then I would want to go to mainlines. And as soon as I go to mainlines in Selkirk, it's actually more boring than Selkirk, to be quite honest. You run the funnel, you run those two. The expansion should be interesting for Florida. So I'm very curious as to where that goes. So I may be spending more time in Florida. I just, I want to be able to support him, and in the oddball. And I was looking at the service. If a couple people were on, I'd go on there. And he's been busy too, Tom. So, but I haven't. This was the first time I'd been on Mike's server in probably a few months, because I was so busy with trying to get Selkirk Mohawk going. I think I was on a couple months ago or something. I ran a session. It was fun. I think Bear was dispatching, and I was running out of Cajon, and it was cool. And I think I did a live stream on it as well. And but I'm gonna take a serious effort, since there's a potential here. He's downsized the amount of time. It used to be tough because he used to run to 11:30 Central Time. Yeah, and sure enough, it's like 12:02 a.m. Eastern, which is rapidly approaching 11:30 Central Time. And here I am yapping, but I don't care. It's okay. But oh yeah, now I'm really screwing up my my voice again. Let me get one more Halls, because I can knock myself. But because if I keep drinking, then I'm gonna be up anyways. So just a little bit before I go to bed. It's about 12:03. I'm definitely going. So the bottom line for me personally is I definitely want to be in a position where if I'm going to dedicate either money, time, resources, whatever the case may be, it's got to be something that I really want. I think that should be the same with anybody. The trip that I just took was what I really wanted. There was a lot of money that was dedicated into it, and there was a lot of, took 5 years. It's 5 years since I did it last. So, and it's going to be a long time before I do it again. It's going to probably be more than 5 years this time. More than likely. And I'm in a cost-cutting mood. I'm in better, how would you say? I've been starting to eat a little better. I've been doing crazy stuff. I'm stocked up. I say, in one breath, I say I'm eating a little better, but then the other side, I've got like 4 cases of Kraft Dinner. I'm like, okay, now how the hell do you get on Kraft Dinner? Anyways, the point is, I can buy it for 50 cents a box right now. Stuff is absolutely, and for Canadian dollars, that's pretty cheap. 50 cents used to be the price of the crappy brand, or the knockoff brand. Suddenly, for all the prices that are going up, that's one thing that has been going down, I've been finding. I don't know why that is. Perhaps it's more people trying
out more, you know, maybe more people are eating out fast food, maybe more people are buying something, you know, better food. I don't know what the hell it is. But it's not the worst thing for you either. It's not the greatest for you, but there's a lot of fast food that's totally horrible for you. So for me, I eat 3 meals a week. I'm thinking about bringing it up to 4. I talked with my son today, and he's finicky with me. He doesn't like the cheese or butter or anything like that, but he says he's willing to. He says he's willing to eat it without any cheese on it. I was okay. Well, I'll keep that in mind. I'll probably pass on that, but at least it gives me an idea if I want to go ahead and get him some. But anyways, I don't know what the hell I got onto food because I don't want to bore you with that. But anyways, the bottom line is I'm doing a lot of different things to try to establish what I want to do from the rest of my summer. I mean, other than a couple of long weekends, I have no other projects on the go right now. I just committed myself for Tuesdays, Thursdays, Mondays, whatever days that I can get my hands on. I'm trying to not spend as much time worrying about YouTube because it's consuming me. I'm trying to get my son away from wrestling. I showed him wrestling 2 years ago. I regret doing it. And the only reason why I regret doing it is it was wrestling has really started to go downhill. There's times where it's great. I've been a wrestling fan for years, and it's on a steady decline because there's the lack of competition. Like competition as far as not real competition, but I'm talking about because it's, you know, it's fake. We all know that, but it's entertainment. But lack of competition as far as another rival organization to make it more cutting edge or more realistic and more, you know, really cool guys soap opera type thing. There's times where it just bores the hell out of me. There's times it's been good lately too, so you know, it gets tough, and it's an addiction. And you know, I'm trying to get my son, you know, more to think about what he likes to do in his spare time. So this is something, and it's also, the bottom line is it has nothing to do with warping his mind or anything like that. If he likes it, I don't want to take that away from him because the only place he's going to get it is me. But at the same time, I'm really tight for money right now. I mean, I got money in the bank, but I'm also losing money. So that's not a good thing. Till I pay off my car and a few other things that are going to happen. And I mean, I'm not paying any interest on it, but you know, I just had this trip. I've got to stop the bleeding eventually. It's a very slow bleed, but it's not a fun one. And I need to stop that. So that's something that's really been, you know, getting at me. It's something I got to deal with. So if I can make some extra money on the side, that's great. I'm not worried about doing it through this. I could care less. Doing it through this, there's not enough to make it worth it, I don't think, personally. But who knows? It might lead to something else. It might lead to something big. I don't know. Who knows? I'm not going to worry about it. I don't do this for money. I do this for passion. The rest, you know, if I'm a happier person, my spare time, and then I'll be able, if I'm able to achieve more, then more opportunities will follow. As far as my job, I love my job. As tough as it can be sometimes, I like my job. I do it for free? Absolutely not. But it's been good. So, anyways, it's 12:09. I'm going to try to wrap things up real quick here. Basically, you know, I've already set, like I said, Tuesdays, Thursdays, I think Mondays too. I'll be dispatching. I'll do a live stream. I'll put a banner up, and I'm going to try to promote. I'm going to try to get
First of all, I want to get real dispatchers, people who want to dispatch. I have tried for a long time to get people in the TD3 community, those who just like dispatching. If you like dispatching, you should be getting Run 8 if you don't have it already. Because there are still 24/7 servers out there who would be willing to allow or even be interested in your services. It's just that simple. So as long as you know what you're doing, and or you're willing to learn, or willing to be able to help out, especially those that aren't in the Western Hemisphere necessarily, because this time of night there's people in over in Europe that are starting to come towards dawn, and they're looking for server options if they're waking up early in the morning, or maybe they're looking for people on the West Coast are looking for a server option that's later because it's only 9/11 out there, and all the people in the East have given up for the night. There's a lot of potential. So if you're watching this and you like dispatching, I'm telling you right now, and I'm not just talking about Mike's server, whatever I had going. I didn't have any dispatching options per se, the way I ran things, but there are 24/7 servers out there who are looking for dispatchers, including some of the big ones. I'm sure they could use the dispatchers too. But ultimately it still comes down to people, and some of the ideas that I mentioned tonight is about trying to help that gap just a little bit more. AI does incredible things. It's taken us way beyond where we were in version 1. But it's also taken a lot of people away from servers, or away from wanting to do switching, because those that like to do switching and don't care too much about the AI, but like the eye candy, well, they're just going to switch in their own little world and do their own thing when they want, how they want, and that's all they care about, and that's fine. Who's to say that that's the wrong way to do it or the right way to do it? I'm just saying, personally, I see more potential. If you're going to get a big network like this, I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to purchase that new route yet. I will go ahead and pay for the the well car pack or whatever, so I can kind of see what the cars look like. And some of these trains, it's eye candy, but the routes are more than eye candy. So $40, well, although I'm trying to save money, I'll probably pay the $40, but I'm not doing it just yet. As much as my son wants it, I'll be dispatching the West End. Mike will be dispatching the East End, so that'll be fine for me for now. And we'll wait and see how this goes. I'll try it, and hopefully I don't get bored of it. And hopefully this will encourage other dispatchers as well. So, and others who have ideas, who want to, we still need people out there. And we're fine without it, but it's so much better when we got the people out there. Like I said before, Mike and I, well, actually, there was a few of us tonight. Dave was on as well. We could run, Mike and I could run by ourselves tonight, and it would be just fine. Mike could enjoy dispatching, I can enjoy running, blah, blah, blah. Mike and I are going to team up to dispatch, then hopefully, and if we don't have anybody on, so what? We're passing trains back and forth between each other. It's cool. I know somebody's there at the other end, somebody else is there. If we don't get to see some players running trains, well, it ain't the end of the world. But ideally, it would be so cool if we could have Yardmaster, all kinds of people running at the same time, just like the big boys. That's what I really want. That'd be really cool, but I'm going to do what I can from my end, and yes, RTS version 2 is part of that plan as well. I haven't forgotten about it.
I'm keeping in the back of my mind. I'll look forward to it a little bit more, but definitely for the fall, the plan is, at least at this point, that's my plan. When the weather starts getting to the point where I don't want to be outside, I'm going to be looking for some options on these off days. And off days like tomorrow or whatever, days where I got a lot of time on my hands. Well, those are the days where I'm going to be thinking, do I want to do YouTube or do I really want to focus in on something? So tomorrow I'll be on the forums. I will post about this. I'm going to end it for now. It's 12:15. I'm getting to bed. Enough to do. Anyways, thanks for sticking with me, guys, and I will change the banner real shortly. And no, this wasn't a two-part video. It was just a very long one. So I will, if I'm not back tomorrow, I will definitely be back Thursday, and we'll do a live stream. And yes, I'll be dispatching, but I'll also be riding along various trains and various territories to railfan from, or whatever. Maybe some hotspots around Barstow or something. We'll see. Anyways, that's it for tonight. Thanks for joining me. And, leave your comments, questions, thumbs up, thumbs down, whatever you want. Shoot them by me. If you got any questions, please let me know. Check out my forum, the RTS forum. Check out the other forum as well for Mike's server as well, which you can find on the Run8 servers website. And hopefully we'll get more people together. Talk to you later.